we're gonna call the select board meeting to order. Call the meeting to order at 6:20, let's say. 6:17. March 20th, 2023, at the town hall and there. Have a motion to adopt the agenda, please.
Can I make an amendment to that?
You can.
Bill Current wanted to add opening the bids for the steam bank stabilization at 30 Bluebird Road.
Okay, we'll do that under the highway. Okay,
Okay, yep.
we'll put it there under web paving. Bids. Okay, someone want to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the addition. Second. Rich seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. Vote. We have the minutes of February 22nd. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes as presented? If there are none, please somebody make a motion to accept the minutes on February 22nd, 23.
Yes.
Which second? If there's no further discussion, all approved, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so now we're back to the public hearing, and I guess the consensus here is that we put the stop sign back. We put the stop sign, warning stop sign there. And call for a traffic study and amend the ordinance. Is that okay?
Are we putting the yield back on the Grafton side?
We're here, you'll have that. Oh. Yeah, I think we'll go back to, we'll go back to the original before it was changed, I guess. Yeah.
So I guess my only, just so I'm clear, so you're now gonna remove the sign from the bridge.
Right, yeah. Yeah. If that's okay. Somebody approved that motion.
And then we're gonna have, well, then also, we're gonna have the intern have the, are we gonna do the engineering studies?
Yes. Yes. And we're gonna call the sheriff to spend the 2 hours per week for 30 days at that intersection. Okay. Somebody want to make that motion, or I'll make it. John made it, second. Any other discussion from anybody? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Yeah, I vote. I don't think it should be removed from the bridge, but it's gonna confuse the hell.
Okay, so it's three.
People.
The septic ordinance, I don't have that stuff there.
Yes, you do. It's the third page in your.
Oh,
It's it's just a list of the ones that are overdue. If you don't,
yeah, well, I don't have. Okay. And so that everybody understands that you're supposed to up the septic system every 4 years, okay? So there's a list of people here who have not posted, and I shall read them. Neil Lansworth, Francis Alford, Mike and Marie Parker, Pasternak, James Colston, Retro Pete, Brenda Pratt, Christopher Shem, and Osborne Scott. There's no record of these being done, and it needs to be done. And if they're not done, then the town pumps it and then you build it. So what is the board's pleasure? How do you want to handle this? They're all- Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. It's been a little, I guess I shouldn't say lax, but we've sent out 1 million letters, right? And most of the people who, the list was far longer. And they have consented, but there's, we need to do something. Phil?
Just so that everybody knows, I've worked this list for
Well, if Artisan were gonna not be a year and a half. I worked that list. And mailed everybody a letter. I wrote emails to those that I knew their email. I made phone calls. I got promises that they were gonna do it from several of the people on that list. They have had all the warning in the world. And why they haven't done it, I don't.
And let me just add that Morgan has also sent
I
out
sent
letters as
follow-
well,
Yeah,
follow-up, so they've been amply noticed. It would be my recommendation to send them a final notice. Saying if you don't pump it by a certain date, the town will pump it and bill you.
Hey, that's fine, but shouldn't it be a little more than that? Maybe a fine attached to it?
There is, I'm looking at the ordinance right now, there's supposed to be a penalty of $25 for each offense.
There should be, I mean, once again, you know, you throw all the, you know, rules and regulations out, but there's no teeth behind, and then what about? There should be something, you have the
Then you got,
tickets.
there it is. If you want to change that, you can change that later and later.
Well, I think you're wasting your time, just, so I think maybe what'll happen, is we'll get stuck with the bill.
No, we bill them.
Right,
And if they
but
don't bill them, then we take it up their tax, right? Okay.
They get a leave.
is that legal?
Yeah.
Then how they end up having a lien on the property.
Is that what happens when they get it, or something? Yeah.
They can sell the property unless they leave the town.
Definitely.
Okay.
We have some, I know we have some.
Okay.
Maybe those not more than $25 for each offense.
Well, maybe add another zero to that, and
We have to,
Each day that a violation is continued shall constitute a separate offense, it's $25 per day.
oh, per day.
oh, okay, well, that's big. Yeah.
Might want to highlight that and send it out.
Sure, yeah.
I was gonna say, you should highlight the per day $25 fee and give them a date, and then that will be the start.
Yeah.
When the next
I
one.
think we have a little issue though, we have snow on the ground, so it might be a little hard to pump the septic system, so I think we should give them, you know, something like maybe something in May. You know, when snow is done. And, you know, give it to like May 15. And do that, if that's okay, if somebody make a motion to that effect.
I'll move.
Okay. All right, so I guess what we want to do is send them a final notice. That they have to have it done by, let's say, pick a date, May 15th, whatever it is, May. And if it's not done by that day, it's a $25 per day fine. Nope.
And you're gonna pump it.
Yeah, and we're gonna pump it. Well, I don't know. Can we go on their
They
property?
need to be told, and you're gonna pump.
Yeah, but can we go on their property legally?
That's what they are.
Yeah, that's what it says. Oh, okay, all right, and then we're gonna bump it, there we go.
And then they have to pay for it too.
hope we know what.
I'm fine with that, if we could get a little bit more, just because.
Well, it's the 20th of March, I mean, we're talking May 15th.
No, I'm just saying, by the time Ron is gonna throw, there's only a couple guys that do this. I don't- If you think that's enough time, I'm fine.
Well, what-
Hey,
I don't think it's a problem.
No.
They
So,
we need to
How do we screen those?
yeah, I mean, it's not that they haven't been notified, so,
What comes? Yeah, I mean, how do you do it? It's junior, but I guess. Oh, that's.
all right, so somebody want to, Seth made the motion, you're seconded.
No.
John seconded. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carried, all right. Here we go. Open the bids. We have bids? Yeah, right here.
Yep.
Clerk, you're the clerk, I think. The bids for, mowing the parks and the cemetery.
Stevens estimate, Grafton Parks lawn mowing, how much do we need to read? This one is, okay, sorry, this one for the Grafton Parks and lawn mowing, Mr. Parks lawn mowing, trimming around trees, small plant, located on park routes. The parks and swimming pool, Tom Green, Village Park, Wilson Park, Winnie Park, the work will be done from April 1st to November 1st of 23. Services will be done on a needed basis, not less than monthly. And all of the parks also include spring and fall cleanups in all parks, monthly park lawn mowing April 1st through November 1st. The bid is $5,000 and this certificate of liability is also attached.
Okay.
And that's from Ivor Stevens, ground maintenance. Okay. Alberti Landscape and Construction out of London there. This one is, he spells it out.
What is it for?
Grass cutting, it is for, let me read it, hold on a second. This is for the cemeteries also.
Okay.
Spring cleanup, service include power sweeping, gravel, debris removal, seeding where necessary. Price that's $159, so apparently we're gonna get charged more if they seed. Same thing with the fall. He breaks it down, grass cutting, Middletown, Burgess, Middletown Cemetery, Cabell Road, West Hall, Ranch Road, and South, is $13,040.
That's it, the year?
That is for the year, like I said, it looks like there's additional charges if there's seating.
And that is for the cemetery, but your other one was for the parks.
That was for the parks, okay, so that was it for the parks, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah,
And what is the name, what company that was?
Alberti, Alberti out of Londonderry. Yes, you are correct.
Is that stated? How long now?
Let's see, who possibly the gravel. Quantity, you put 16, so I guess you mean 16 times a year. I would assume that, that's not spelled out great, but every time it comes out like Middletown, $125. $16 times, that would be what?
I'm trying to figure.
Three weeks,
They go through, huh? 4 months.
4 months.
No, it's not enough.
It's twice a month if he breaks it down for over the 8 months. Not
Yeah,
every week.
she's got April, May, June, July, August. September. Yeah, more than 4 months. Did the bid state how long?
This is at least once a month.
Yeah, I think it said once a month. That's the requirement, is once per month.
Or as needed.
We're saying, I think makes sense either, so that goes like 16 months. And that won't be once a month. That's a little vague.
All right.
Well, let's see what the other one says, maybe it's not of any consequence. This one is, I go Steve, and I'll make Dan's also, Grafton Cemetery lawn mowing, it's with the cemetery lawn mowing, trimming headstones. Monuments, trees, small plants and bushes located in cemeteries of Village, Burgess, Middletown, Oakville, Cobb, and Southbrook. The work will be done from April 1st to November 1st of 23. Service will be done on an as-needed basis, not less than monthly. In all cemeteries, also spring and fall cleanups in all cemeteries. Then it states again, monthly cemetery lawn mowing, April 1st to November 21st, $27,200. And this certificate of liability insurance is also.
Was there a liability with the other guy?
Yes, yes, go ahead, yeah. Let me double check. Yeah,
That include an item bringing around stone too?
Yes.
yes. Estimate for cemetery lawn mowing and trimming headstone, monuments, trees, small plants, porches located in cemeteries.
And the specs sent out to bid, was there a time frame in that spec?
What you just read was what the specs were.
Well, we're talking, that was an opposite. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
This isn't anything you award tonight anyway, is it? You look over the bids.
Yeah, no, we have to look over the date. But you can award the spot. Because
Yeah, he was, they were the only ones.
But the other two, you wouldn't want to understand better what the situation is. But we can award the parts. It's just no other bid.
About this other company.
I know nothing.
I've never heard of it, that doesn't mean,
You'll never.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a board with the one bid out to the parks and it's no.
That one doesn't even cover the time frame of the.
No,
You have to people know.
no, I know.
no, we need more info where you're gonna consider. this.
Right, but I'm talking about the parks. All right, so maybe somebody want to make a motion that we accept the bid for $5,000 to do the village parks.
We'll make a motion, so
Right. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, so we'll take a look at that and put it on the agenda for next time. Okay, we have to approve LEMP.
Local emergency management plan.
What?
The local emergency
Right,
management.
yes. Everybody had a chance to look at it or whatever. Is there any question, Bill, that we should know about it or whatever?
No, this is the annual local emergency management plan.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the hazard mitigation plan,
Nope.
which is every 6 years. This is the one that's done annually.
Right.
The emergency management committee looked it over, updated the names and addresses, added a second deputy emergency management director in Kristen Morgan, and changed a few other things because of the change in officers in the town. Other than that, it's the same as far as the actual management plan goes, it's the same as it has been for the last 3 or 4 years. If there's any questions about it, yeah.
Since everybody's taking a look at it, does somebody want to make a motion to accept it?
Make a motion.
I'd like to have a motion that you adopted as the local emergency management plan for Grafton for the next coming year.
Okay. So noted. Do we have a second? Sir. Okay. Any other discussion? If not,
I had a
go
question.
ahead.
I wonder if we're doing this ahead of schedule because we have not appointed the positions of the director of emergency management or any of those positions yet, so it may have the wrong names.
I'd be happy if you waited to the end of the meeting and be happy to do the appointment.
That's fine.
But I'd like to have it done now so that we have it in and we can forget about it. We don't have to worry about it.
All right, so let's put this off until we get the appointments. Then we'll go from there. Is that okay with everybody? Sure. Mike, you're up. Did we put this thing on there on the contractors? Because we've had that 3 years ago. When we had the COVID problems, you know. So is that something we should renew again in the event that we have a severe storm or an illness or a truck broke down or whatever?
It's basically nothing more than a list, correct?
It's a list, and what it was there was that it was there were three companies that did P&L, Stevens and Gregory, and I'm not sure if Lawrence was on there or not. And then there was an hourly rate. And then there was they could either use our truck. If one of the employees was sick or whatever, that case, I believe, I don't know the exact details, but I think that's what it was.
Now, we probably gotta take a look at it.
Well, yeah, I think she should, but I'm saying is, I think that we need to look at that in the event that we have an issue.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Morgan, you can find that.
Yeah, I found the contract that we had in.
It is the contract.
Yeah, so why don't you distribute it to the board, so we can put that on the next meeting.
So contract is covered under non-liability together with.
They all had liability insurance and everything else. It was done very well. We never, maybe you were on the board there, I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
It was 3 years ago.
Yeah, this is not.
James, somebody want to address this?
So James and James is charging, their latest invoice was $3.99 per gallon for on-road diesel. And Bar Energy quoted us $3.11 per gallon. This was kind of brought to our attention because James and James does not do an automatic delivery for fuel, and Bar Energy does. So they would be a weekly delivery. We wouldn't have to contact them. They would just automatically show up.
I like the savings.
Well, we run out for
Yeah.
times, but
Really an inconvenience because we'd have to call them, tell them what level our tank was at, which is not very convenient, and then they'd kind of guess at how much they were gonna bring us. And then they might bring it to us.
Sounds like a simple solution.
Yeah,
So, somebody want to make a motion?
So your recommendation is like.
please don't come to there for a job. 1,000 gallons, so it doesn't really take a lot to empty 1,000 gallons out if you got a snowstorm or something going, and the fire department feeds out of the same tank, so.
Yep.
When you run out, it's kind of critical.
Well, if they put you on demand, then. They had it all computerized, so they
Well-
know when to come.
It would, yeah, they just came once a week and they deliver to other businesses locally here, so it would make it more convenient for them as well.
It works better, safe than mine, it's a win-win, right?
Somebody make a motion?
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
Okay, Kathy, second, and second, Rich?
Yep.
All in favor, say aye.
Yeah,
Opposed? Okay, that's an easy one. We have the excess weight permits, do we have to read them all here, but
I don't think so, but I read 2 more today from Gurney Brothers Construction and Beacon Sales.
okay. So this is kind of a simple, just make a motion that we accept it. And then Morgan can sign it and. Always happens this time of the year. And for check, it's a commit that they can run over our highways, they get paid $10, I think, this is what it is.
Yep.
Somebody make a motion that we accept the excess work, it's percentage,
No, so
second. Second. Okay. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, good. Okay, I put the paving projects on, Mike, only for the simple reason that before we know, it's going to be May. And busy, so I don't think we should discuss it today, but I think the highway committee or whoever. Figure out what you want to do, what kind of recommendations you want to do, so we can decide,
Okay,
all right? Because before you know, it's gonna be May.
yeah. Yeah, we should just, by the end of the month, be talking to a few people,
Yeah.
get things, get the ball rolling.
Anybody have any other? Nothing? Okay, then we have,
Do we want to open that bid for the?
yeah. Richard, busy man today.
you didn't know how we're gonna read for this job. I'll up a letter over again. This is for. EWP project. The stream bank stabilization, is that there?
Yeah, that's the one that the Di Cannon area there and Patrick.
Ivor Stevens ground maintenance, repair the remaining 150 feet of stone retaining wall from the proposed project 5039-011. To the drainage channel from the pond road, this section will be widened to 12 feet for the stream bed, and the drainage channel outlet will be redirected to the lower impact to Hickory Brook. Okay, so the first estimate for that, as I just described, is $40,950.
Say it again, please.
40,940,950. And the second part of this estimate is also same company, Ivor Stevens Ground Maintenance, repair the 55 feet of damaged stone retaining wall per EWP project 5039-011, and that's $28,600.
Does anybody know how this gets paid?
That was kind of my question too.
Does anybody know how does it get paid?
I didn't hear the question.
How does the $40,000 and the $28,000 get paid?
We have from the National Resource Conservation Service, we have a grant for what apparently is $40,000. That's the first part of this from the, as I understand it, from what he read. We have a grant for, their estimated cost of doing that was $12,000. And we had, our share of that would have been $9,000, and they would pay $3,000.
This is the 28,000 one?
This is not the $40,000.
That's the one above Kugelman's?
This is the one from the culvert back, as I understand it. But I'll need to look at it and see if you're talking to 55 feet, it may be the 28,000. In any case,
55 feet is
Yeah, that's a 28.
and where is it from? Beginning where?
this
That's above
yeah,
Kugelman's.
yeah.
Repair 55 feet damage to retaining wall.
I'd like to know why the town's working on private property.
We're not working on private property. This is the NCRF is working on private property. And we have, if we want the grant, we have to match the grant, but it can be paid for by the homeowner at times, but whether they want to do it, and that would be part of the discussion, but you want to do it. Okay, so the $40,950 is the remaining share. But we have a grant for $12,000 for that 55 feet. However, that $12,000 can be raised after with the discussion through the NCR and RCS. And so I need to get back to Mike to the point, tell him we do have a grant on, we do have a bid on it, and this is what the bid is.
Okay, so we can't deal with this tonight.
No, but I'm going to open up the discussion for the rest of it. In 1996, through the engineering company, and I won't take a whole lot of time with it, and I just want everybody to think about this till we do have a discussion on it. That is the same time bond designed a system that ran, instead of having the water go past Mike's and Patrick's house in a culvert that was there and making that culvert bigger, they ran all that water that used to come down Fire Pond and go by the church and into the river through the backyard of the side yard of Dottie Cannon and Patrick. The town agreed to that. The town has some liability here. They're sending all this water because of the design they expected down a channel that was never meant to handle it. And it's built in such a way that it is destroying, every time the water comes down that channel, it is destroying Dottie's wall, because instead of going gently into it, well, roughly, but making the water go with the flow, it goes across the flow and just blows up. And what it's destroying is that portion of the wall. That's why that portion of the wall is going down. But what NRCS will cover is where damage is going to take somebody's house. And they're only going to cover the 55 feet up from the culvert to where it is eating into the bank, where Patrick used to have his steps down. That's the only part they're going to cover. I think somebody needs to pay for the whole damn thing. But that's just my opinion. because I think the town really screwed up. At the very least, they should do whatever they can for the portion that NRCS will help with in an amount that will cover whatever NRCS won't. And I'll get back to them and get back to you with that amount. But we can have a discussion about this, but I think that the town really messed up in '96 when they did that project. So that's,
Bill, some of this work actually going, over the road into the, church parking area. Going down into their,
No,
basement,
no,
wasn't there?
no, it's coming from the village park. It's going on to the old, whoever owns the house now, that's, I mean. That's a different issue.
that's a different issue.
That's a different.
But what comes down, but not only did they do that coming down there, but they also added more water out of the pond into Hinkley Brook. Up the creek, next to, well, that first creek that comes down before my house. That water is, it's a lot more than it used to be too, because much of that water used to come down the road, so.
Well, maybe we should go back on a time bond, if they have, but I don't think the town should be liable for it.
I don't know that anybody should be liable for it.
I agree with you.
But here's one of the things you've got to do when you look at an engineering project, and that in the future is see that you're not tearing up the people down below. Because that's what happened here. So what I'd like to do is come back with at least this part of it with you. I can, because they're not, NRCS is not going to cover this part, the 40,000. But come back to this part and see what they will comment.
My question is too. Is this just another Band-Aid? Or was this the, I mean, this is gonna go on forever, I mean, I
The
don't.
purpose of hiring an engineer is to solve the problem, not to just kick it down the
Ask the
road.
people in '96.
When did we become aware of the problem?
This thing has been a problem. Well, it was a problem in Irene and the walls were fixed in Irene.
Also in 2004, it was explicitly brought before the board.
I mean, is that, I'm just wondering if it's too late to for time bond to have any type of,
They're most likely going to have any liability.
yeah, because it's so long.
But I just wanted to bring that up and let me step back a second. The NRCS program is this. If you have a house that is by the creek and because of flooding, the walls of the creek, the banks of the creek are being so eroded that the house could fall into the river. And they make that this decision themselves. There's no appeal to that either. They say yes or no. Then they will ask the town where that house is if they would like to apply for a grant to fix that. And in the past, when we've done that, we did it down here by the bridge on both sides of the bridge. And in the past, because of Irene, the state had money to pay the matching part. At this time, there is no money to pay the matching part. The matching part, if there's going to be if the project's going to be done, the matching part should be paid by the town or by the landowner. And so when we have those figures, I think it would be a good time to make that decision and not now. But that's the program. The program has nothing to do with working on private property. It's the NCRS grant that is meant to be work on private property. If the town that where the property is located wants to apply for it.
I think this is a little too complicated for tonight. I think what we should do is look back and see whether we can get additional money for the grants. Get that, and then maybe we can talk about whether there's any liability on county law or what we should do, but there's actually two projects. One is the one at Patrick's house, and the other, we've got it planned and fixed herself, but she couldn't get the grant. Because our calculation is dated, so it happens to us, so. There was a question.
Russell,
Just say you gotta have records of preparing it 3 times and it's 96, 3 times. I mean, that would be some evidence that the engineering company is screwed up. You know, not just this last time, it's happening several times. So I agree, but I don't know, I think it's gonna take some research to see whether or not there is, if there is any culpable liability there. And there's the statute of limitations or whatever, I'm not an attorney, so I don't know, but. This should be.
but we also had. Correct me if I'm wrong, 96, and we have a water event, like 11 inches of water, rain.
Yeah, that's,
You've got natural,
that, they fixed that after that, that's when they changed the water, after that. Well, yeah, after they used to take them off Water Pond Road, they usually went down underground by the church or something. And they ran across now and.
Well, still some comes down through there, but they put some in Rob Hall's pond. They put a lot in Rob Hall's pond to take the energy out of it. Then they put the dissipator down by Patrick's to dump it into the river.
So, anyway, I think we need to do some research here and, you know, put that on the agenda for the meeting and maybe discuss with our attorney, we'll see whether or not there is any liability issues. So, Mike, what else you want to talk about the highways?
This is the last snowstorm we're gonna have. It's not getting all on Florida, so good luck.
We're done.
That's it.
Well, you guys put in the big boy out, there's no doubt.
Yeah, the power company was less than stellar, well, that's all I can say.
Well, I think,
I
I'm
did.
sure they were better. I think we have an issue that I think the board have talked about is we're very diligent of telling the power companies where the outages are, but they don't tell us when they fix them. And I think that puts a burden on us, because if we have a road that we couldn't plow and then all of a sudden it's fixed, we don't know about that, we can't go back and fix it unless somebody calls. And I think there has to be a two-way street here somewhere, and I don't know how we do that. And maybe we need to have a future meeting with Green Mountain Power to see what can be done. Yes, Bill?
We've talked to Green Mountain Power to be blue in the face. I could go to the PUC, and just
Okay.
go directly to the PUC, tell them exactly what the problem is, and at PUC to meet with us and Green Mountain Power, and then recruit it, because they aren't doing what they are doing.
Well, like the day of the storm, I was plowing, the trucks come in 3 times. And all they had to do was go cut the trees or the wires out of the road so we could take care of it. They just come into town, then left. It was weird.
I called the back line at Green Mountain Power at 3:30 in the morning because the power line in Fisher Hill below Rich's was.
Nice light show.
Yeah, that was.
It was hot.
Well, we couldn't get this side of the hill. We had to go over the back side of Fisher Hill to get anywhere. And it took them 7 hours to show up to deal with it. Which that's a little bit.
The bus was on fire. What a hell of a light show. I was up to the shop, and I thought Bell's place was on fire.
Yes, that we have, we're now in a new district, the redistricting and everything, and Chester had it worse, had it just as bad as number.
Yeah.
We have a representative, unfortunately, we only have 1 representative, but I would think that Steve, I'm gonna contact him from the Grafton News anyway, to see if anything is being talked about at the state level. I see we thank the line workers, they do a great job, but something has to be done, because this can't keep happening every single storm. And it's gotta be bigger than just Grafton complaining about it. It's gotta be other towns in the district.
They need to have at least 1 line crew in a bad storm like that, stay in town. And just take care of the wires that are in the road. I'm not saying fix them, but just have the wires taken out of the road so we can keep the roads maintained and open. Would be my suggestion.
I got one comment, I went to the chief's meeting a few years ago that they thought you're going to follow on the carpet a little bit and whether the positions changed, and it was a few years ago. The basic explanation was we do what we can, but where we're gonna get the most bang for our buck. Yeah. So if there's a bigger population, that's what, that they can put more people up online first.
It's not just that, we're talking about southeastern Vermont
I understand.
event, and southeastern
Yeah.
Vermont is not important as far as the state is concerned. I'm telling you, it's
That
not.
is correct. She
Yeah,
does.
I,
Why don't they call an emergency, it's a big emergency for this area, when did anything?
Well, just as an example, it could have been a problem, but there was a line down at Dottie's house. Which made Middletown Road impassable, so anybody who lived over there had to go all the way around, fine, but what happened if there was no out? Then
Well-
none of us could get out for 5 days.
Well, we had Orchard, right, Orchard, we could see them, but we couldn't get to them.
Yeah, I mean,
Ledge Road.
we're not asking, and Mike is actually right, we're not asking to fix it, but just clear the road so the crew can go in, because they can't cut trees. How?
It's my point out too, that it creates personal risk for a couple of people who live up there to move. And called you, and you tell them that they didn't move the wire, and nothing happened. They didn't tell us.
they got lucky.
They didn't see the line burning up by your house.
Yeah.
Yes, Bill?
All of this stuff. And it's the lack of communication. They will not communicate. And the PUC should be involved in that and
I agree.
and make it, man, because we should be able to talk to someone, whether it's that person who is, as Dave said, is assigned to this town in a storm like that. Or whomever who can talk to somebody in EOC and find out what's going on. Like, and as Mike had said to me, they call and tell you they fixed something, which they haven't, but sometimes you don't know if they fixed anything or not, because they just come in town and leave. So you have no idea whether they fixed the thing or not, and when it is, the tree is, the wires in the tree are all deactivated, they don't tell you, they just leave. And so it's the communications would make response almost impossible.
Well, I think Wendy's absolutely right. I think we have to go to the state representative and the public service and do something. So Morgan, that's a project that we can kind of work on and go along.
Well, every town has the same, but we,
I'm sure.
yeah.
The other thing is Brattleboro is also hit hard, and we have this, you have state senators too, so it's not just the one. And the case.
No, I read it. Anything else? No. All right, Ken, you're on.
I don't realize I gave everybody a copy of the quarterlies.
Yeah.
So I didn't get any questions from anybody, so I'm assuming you don't have anything, so. Okay,
I was pleasantly surprised. I thought they were gonna be a lot worse, but
Well-
frankly, but.
they're actually, after today's AP and payroll were done, then I did jump, and I did make a copy as of today, so, we are up on our salt, or over, I should say, over on our salt. Which is to be expected, let's see, salt we're over by 11,000. Than what we budgeted.
But Sam is down.
True, but I'm just going by one category, and I'm not sure how Mike's gonna play with the numbers later, but just letting you know. Then,
Working day.
the other items, are fuel is over by 8,300. Overall. Which is to be expected, because that was an unforeseen from 2 years ago, we had no idea we were gonna be in such a. And our overtime. Is up by 6,000, so we had gone up to 10,000. And we're at 16 now. Should start leveling off and not much more for overtime in the next 3 months, but hopefully not gonna do it. And next year we should be in better shape because we did budget 15 for overtime. So I think next year will be even better. This was kind of our almost our trial.
Well, this was a hard budget because, I mean, we did this 2 years ago. and Whoever knew there was gonna be this. I mean,
Yeah,
We had
the
no
economy
clue.
was gonna do what it's doing.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, and if you have any further questions after looking at it, or you want a more updated one after what we just did, just email me, stop in. The other thing I have is, liquor
Okay,
license.
one second.
You have any chloride,
Do I have any chloride?
so, because we haven't spent any, so there's $9,000 there.
Yeah, we don't, yeah, that price of that stuff went out of the site, so
But you still, you have.
we have some, yeah.
So you'll be ordering more before the end of the school year.
Depends on how dry it is. You know, if we can get away with it, we won't.
I just want to explain something to Kat Steph. Years ago, Steph, the select board had to approve the liquor licenses, literally approve them and sign them. The state has changed that now, maybe then you can give you an
Yeah.
update, so.
So now liquor licenses are done on a portal that I have to go in, they alert me by email that says that there is an entity that has asked for a liquor license. Then I go into the portal, now I can retrieve it. There's nothing for you to sign anymore, it's just an approval. A lot of the towns are going in the route. The clerks are not approving them, they're bringing them before the board. Telling the board who's asking for their license and having it reflected in the minutes that they were approved for their license. I then, after the meeting and get the approval, go downstairs, go back on the portal, and I hit the approve button. And once I hit the approve button, they let the entity know that they've been approved. And a license goes directly to them. There's no longer, I don't sign them anymore, like you see posted on the wall with my signature. That doesn't happen. So it's the way of the world. Everything is electronic now. Thank goodness, we're a small town, and so we've only got 2 entities really that ever asked for a license. It's MKT and it also in other bigger towns. The list goes on. So for right now, what I have come through on the portal, and they have paid their portion to me, is a first-class license and a second-class license, a tobacco license, and an outside consumption permit by MKT. They're all typical ordinary ones they've done every year. I'd like it reflected in the minutes that you would approve these, and then I can send it off to the state and I have your approval for MKT.
Somebody make a motion.
I'll make go through.
John second. Any other discussion? If
No
not,
problem with no complaints, no problem. Same.
well, I know.
No, haven't gotten any reports. Usually I'll get a report if there's been a big operation or something like that. But I haven't gotten any.
Okay,
So all in favor, say aye.
right,
Opposed?
And the next meeting, I will have the inn, and they've got on settle 4 also for the inn, but I just barely got them at 3 o'clock and I don't have time to go through them. And their license will expire like,
I'm not gonna be right now.
Think you have anything else?
dog license are due by April 1st. That's all I want to let everybody know. If anybody here has a dog, it's not nice. Or walking.
I got a question for you on that personally. My dog needs rabies. I can't get a vet appointment until the 14th.
Well, we tend to make exceptions when you can prove that you have an appointment and you're gonna come in. There is a late fee that gets. The computer actually puts the late fee on April 2nd.
There's a real problem with them, vets are in short supply. And in some cases, you can't even, if you're a new patient, you can't even get a vet.
It's a problem.
So, I mean, it is a problem, I know that, because, I'm involved with horses and whatever, and so it's unfair to be penalized when you can't get it. That,
I know that I brought it up to the GIA and hopefully try and plan at some point. I never seem to make it into their budgeting process in time, but I know there's towns that are doing rabies clinics and we haven't done one in many, many years. Maybe that's something we can consider doing as a rabies clinic every single year. Maybe I could get some support at some point, or we'll just do a rabies clinic. Problem is getting a vet here. We have such few that our vet decided that we used to use for years, so there was not enough response, so it wasn't worth the time.
See, the other problem too, if you get somebody who moves into town who's new, and they don't have a vet, they're really in trouble. They can't even get a vet.
No, it's true.
So, I just,
Otherwise, I'm all set.
committee reports, personnel, anything?
I don't have anything, I know we will do, quarterly reviews and stuff coming up, probably, April, May.
We need to have an emergency management, appointment. Current, I think it's Bill Curran's, correct? Right.
I think we gotta get Morgan more involved in that, well, we have 2 directors of what. I mean, she's the administrator and is here available all the time, and I don't think we need another position in town. If the 2 could work together until she could get a hold of everything, I think that's what should happen. I mean, she's willing to do it, and I think she can do it.
Well, that would be my suggestion, is do a dual management, have the 2 people, and then she could be training as it goes on, and Bill can train her.
That's okay, except that your policy then doesn't work. Emergency management policy doesn't work.
Well, can we change it?
I'd have to look at the state law to see if it allows her to emergency management director. My thought was to make her a deputy. I give her all the work to do that I can. You know, so that she learns and then appoint her to replace me. I think that's a simpler way to go, and I think it achieves the same thing.
I think we've had a deputy, which was
Eric Stevens.
Eric, and he has not been, involved that much in it, so I just want her more involved in it. Because in your resignation, what you said in there was that you would like the emergency management committee to go down and pick out somebody to replace you,
Right.
and so that's why I bring it up.
Well, I think that's a good idea, if Bill could continue temporarily. Let Morgan be the deputy, Bill trains her, gives her the work, and then at that point in time, next year, she should know it all, and then we're set.
If that happened, because I'm not seeing any of that happen.
Well, no, Bill, can that happen?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, a 12-month contract.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a reasonable?
Yeah, I think 12 months is probably reasonable.
Now, something's gonna happen that we'll have an opportunity to train her.
Yeah,
I'm sure in the next year, that it has every year, something's gonna,
yeah.
hopefully nothing big.
Yeah, but Bill's right. I mean, we might have an issue this summer with flooding or something like that, and then we give her an opportunity, so. Let's, if it's okay with everybody, I think that if Bill's willing to deputize her and give her the training, then next year she takes it over.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
It's fine with me, and I don't want to add an expense of a whole bunch of money, because you don't have any money in the budget to do this.
No, I understand.
Because if you look at the budget now, you'll see it's way over.
But my work as emergency management, there isn't any pay for me unless it's a declared disaster. Unless I'm working on a declared disaster. I mean, it's a volunteer position though.
This is one of the things she should be doing.
Okay, well,
No, I do think,
So to be clear, what we had put in the LDM P was that there would be 2 deputies, Eric and Warren. With
EMC as
yeah,
member.
as the emergency management coordinator.
right. Well, what's the PLC 3 name? What Anderson? What is she doing?
She's the EMC.
The
The job of the EMC is to make sure that the EOC, if it's established, works, or make sure that the paperwork works, and that's what we're working on right now with between she and between the office here and emergency management. We're going back through that paperwork and then we're gonna train on that paperwork during the next year. And that's why I'd like her to be deputy, so that when she'd be training in that, she could take over some of the.
That works for me, if that, you got your insurance bill, that'll happen,
Yes,
okay. So, I guess now we have to approve this,
Can we just have a motion that that's gonna happen?
yeah, let's put it in the minutes set.
Yeah.
Let's see, what should the motion read? That,
I think you need to appoint the emergency manager every year, so just that for the next year, the emergency management director will be myself, the deputy, the two deputies, and the EMC, as they're named in the LEMP.
yeah, but it has to be a little more definitive to that, because,
Well, you can add to that, this is based on the fact that she's gonna be trained by me, is that what you're saying?
yeah, and so that she's able to take over next year, so.
Yeah, she will be, take care of it.
Right, yeah. Because, as far as Eric is concerned, that was the thought is for her to take over your position, not Eric.
Exactly.
So the emphasis has to be on training Morgan.
Yeah.
And if there is an incident that happens, whether it's a flood or some disaster, then she's right in the thick of things, so she gets to be on, like training, so to speak. Okay, so, you know how to write that, Morgan?
Sure. I'll figure it out.
I don't want to complicate this, but if it's really big by our green standards, she isn't gonna have time to be working in emergency management.
Well, let's deal with that when it comes.
Okay, we can deal with that when it comes, but I don't want to comment. Okay.
I mean, if another Irene comes here, we're all gonna be doing something different, so I wouldn't worry about that, and hopefully we don't have another idea. So you made the motion, somebody want a second that?
Also,
All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, then I will sign this thing. We have appointment of local official. We will have the list here. Everybody okay with that?
The only change that I'd like to make is for the development review board, we currently have 6 members. And from talking to a few people, it seems to work best with only 5 and having 2 alternates. I talked with John earlier today and he's fine with going as an alternate and keeping Eric, Chris, Don, Seth, and Steve as the 5 board.
This is for,
BRB.
okay. So then I'm out.
You're as an alternate.
I'm open.
You're not alternate.
Finally, me.
well, did you say John was an alternate too? Is that what I heard?
We want to change him from a,
Okay.
yeah, to an alternate. And then, inspector of lumber, I called Tracy Lake, but haven't gotten in touch with him. So that position is technically still.
But we can approve the list, as stands. And then approve Tracy at another meeting. We hear from, if that's okay with the board.
And then the select board positions, we've already, those are different, we dealt with that at the last meeting.
So is Joe going off the board?
Joe,
From the
John Plummer, yes, and, oh, I'm sorry, and Matt Stevens is taking.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion to the effect that we approve it, without the tree wood,
So,
not tree wood, effective lumber. Second, somebody second, that's second. Do we have any discussion, Don? Rich, you okay with that? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay. We got the appointees.
Who's Cheryl talking to the CEO?
Is there any other business anybody have? Yeah, Bill?
Would you please approve the LEMP now, please?
Yes, he signed it.
I'm signing it.
You didn't make a motion.
We did,
We did.
we did.
Rich moved and Seth.
Well, I didn't think you voted on it based on the fact that you didn't have all the appointees done. I just want to make sure there was a motion that, as long as it's in the minutes, I think that
We already did it. Yeah.
you voted on
Yeah, we voted to approve it.
it. Okay.
With
With the training of-
with the section of the- we didn't want to postpone it until we had the right people in there.
No, the motion was that Bill would train.
Earlier motion in the meeting, you didn't want to vote on it.
Right.
You appointed.
So we voted again with you as the deputy and you training her and whatever, and that was done. Okay, correct? Yeah. That's what I thought. Any other business? Do we have any public comment? Please. Go ahead.
You talking to me, John?
No, I'm talking about.
Did you have something you want to say? Yeah, I got a few things. Just one thing. I guess between Mike and Joe and the rest of the select board, Middletown Road. Obviously, you know, Joe, coming down it, it's getting worse and worse. But that's not the worst part. It's the other side going down to the schoolhouse for 121. Now, today, my truck was dragging its axle. And I had a heck of a time coming up. So I don't know, Mike, are you familiar with that?
I did, that's probably tomorrow's project.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could put like a temporary sign up there on the village side of the road saying it's closed to through traffic or local traffic only. Because I believe it was, what was it, Sunday night? I told you there was somebody stuck there too.
Yeah,
Up to the axle, it was a front wheel drive car. And, but there was nobody in it, but there was a car just stuck in the middle of the road. I had to go around. Yeah, and so I was wondering if we could put some signage up just to warn people that, you know. It's, anyway, no through traffic, it's bad enough if you live there,
Oh, I have a road closed on it, that's all we have.
you know.
So we're gonna try to fix it tomorrow.
We get a few spots in town, we're gonna run stuff around.
That should solve the
We're
problem.
not plowing snow, picking trees. They did it for a while,
Going to truck driving because of snow or the mud?
But
I'm surprised, but. I think it got that deep that fast, it's been frozen the last few days, so I figured. It's
it's no worse than it was last year.
Up your way.
It's actually no worse than it was last year.
He was looking up more today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's stay home now.
I think where the sun's heading.
It's moving. Some of it is drying out and now it's. Little small spots are starting to break out.
Yes, John?
Water and sewage problem. I know that at some point it was declared that nothing worked in terms of a leach field. And your last comment was we're back to square one.
We're still back to square one.
What does that mean?
It means we have to wait for some recommendations from the engineer, and right now, they don't have any recommendations. We had a scheduled Zoom meeting when was it, last Tuesday? And they canceled it to not next week, but the week after next. So there's nothing to report. Right now, there's no possibility to have a sewer system in the town of Grafton. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case. There are some alternatives that they're looking at. But so far, they haven't come up with any definite recommendation. So that's where it stands.
Let's talk about finances for a minute then. It was our understanding, my understanding at least that the engineering fee would be rolled into the overall grant for the project,
Correct.
given that we go ahead. Given that we don't go ahead, who becomes responsible for the engineering fee?
It's the state, not us. We only have to pay it back if we go forward with the project.
And if we go forward with the project,
Then it gets
it rolls into
It
the,
rolls into the price.
okay,
And we have a $4 million grant from the state to do the septic system.
yeah, but there can't be a septic system. So
Well, I understand that, but But I mean, we're not on the hook for that money,
Okay, good.
want to let you know. Okay, any other comments?
Email said it wasn't a lot of good alternatives, something to that effect. It's not looking good.
Joe, on the bridge, proposed bridge, that's supposed to start in a couple of years, I imagine. Now, the price has gone up, what, almost $1 million from where it started?
Yeah.
Our contribution is at what level?
10%.
Okay, now if this goes up in 2 years to another $1 million or $2 million.
You pay it.
What's our participation in this now?
Sam, the schedule right now is it goes out to bid in May. And they will start minor construction in the fall, so that the bridge will maintain both-way traffic during the winter. Then in the spring of next year, they will start this major construction. That's where it stands.
And if it goes out for bid, and the bid is higher than they anticipate, then you still pay the 10% of the higher number.
And they're anticipating almost 7 million.
Yeah.
Was the last anticipated amount.
And if inflation continues the way it is, God only knows what's gonna happen.
And we're gonna pay for that.
We have money in the capital budget, obviously, and
$700,000.
no, and we'll have to probably get a bond issue out, but that's something we can't talk about now because we don't know the reality, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, there's another 300 savings.
If the project goes another 4 years, maybe we'll have the money for that. Bill?
There is an out.
Huh?
There is an out.
Yeah, don't do it.
You can tell them not to do it and just pay the bill that you paid so far, and they'll never do anything with the bridge, and the bridge will be torn down. And that's, yeah.
Yeah, then if the bridge collapses, then we have to pay for the whole $9 million, $7 million. So we don't have an alternative. I mean, it's not something to talk about.
Well, yeah.
What kind of shape is this?
It's not good. It's not that hard. Don't stand under it. All I can
It's
say.
falling apart. What makes it like good? It's 2 more years.
Any other public comments?
What about short-term rental?
Morgan, believe it or not, we're still trying to come up with a number of how many Airbnbs we have in town, and between Morgan and the selectmen, the listers, we're still working on that project. It hasn't been forgotten, but it hasn't been a priority. The state is also wrestling with it, and a lot of other towns are wrestling it, so it's.
They've already passed it in both of it.
Well, Chester did pass it, but then they rescinded it, as far as I know, the last thing I know. But,
Wanted another opinion, is that why?
yeah, so there are some issues, but it's not forgotten, I trust you, it's in the works. Any other public comment? If not, remind you that we had a special town meeting on Monday, April 3rd at 5:30 p.m. to deal with the fire department issue with that they wasn't in the budget. And then the next regular meeting will take place shortly after that on Monday, April 3rd at 6 p.m. What
What, I've heard of what's going on down there.
What?
Did I miss anything yet?
No, it's, they didn't make the town, meeting for the,
We didn't put in the warning, but we need to be talked with them.
yeah.
So it's fire.
Yeah.
And then, so, if we don't pass it before June, then they have to take it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Motion to adjourn, someone make a motion to adjourn. I'll do it. All in favor? All right. Opposed? Thanks, everybody.
Recording stopped.